Hey, good evening, Council. I'm going to call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. tonight, and I'll hand it off to Deputy Mayor Gregos Stefan.
Thank you, Mayor. The Council Corporation Township of Hornepayne would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the land on which we gather here today is Treaty 9, 1905 to 1906 territory, the traditional land of indigenous peoples. As we work towards reconciliation, may we all live with respect on this land and live in peace and friendship with all its diverse peoples.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have the review of the agenda. There's none, or changes, I mean. So the next is the approval. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Peter Kissmaker, second by Councillor John Para. Be it resolved that Council does hereby approve the agenda as presented. Those in favor? And that is carried. Declaration of pecuniary interest and declaration of conflict of interest. I do have one declaration for myself. I have a conflict with 16.3 on the agenda, and that is during the closed session. So I'll request that Deputy Mayor Stefan will chair that portion. And I don't have any further paperwork as of right now, so we'll carry on. Item number 6 is the adoption of the minutes. If I can get a mover and a seconder to adopt the 3 sets, moved by Councillor Gregos Stefan, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby adopt the following minutes as distributed. The regular meeting of Council held on Wednesday, October 8th, 2025. The special meeting of Council held on Tuesday, October 28th, 2025. And the special meeting of Council held on Wednesday, October 29th, 2025. Any comment to those minutes, Council? There being none, I put those to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, 7 is deputations, presentations, tender award, and open discussion. And we do have a presentation tonight. The Township of Hornepayne 2025 Community Risk Assessment, CRA. Grace, and I'm sorry, I've already going to mispronounce your last name, Grace. I apologize. From Loomex Groups is here with us tonight. I welcome you to our council virtually. And I apologize if I sound a bit funny. I'm not feeling it quite well. It just kind of came on just this evening. So, and I'll give you the floor. Grace, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm delighted to be here actually to present the community risk assessment. Let's see if I can share my screen. Okay.
And council, you should have paper copies as well. They were distributed to you.
Let's try that again.
Yeah,
There we are.
We advise council, Miles is planning to join. He is traveling right now, so he said he might have to just kind of join from the road on his phone.
Okay.
So he should be.
Thank you, Jen.
Okay.
Yes, it's up there.
It's up there, just not the way I want it, but that's okay. We'll see if we can fix it. It's being a little bit difficult. Layout. Oh, come on.
About the microphone.
I didn't.
Okay. Are you still able to see it?
We are, yes, you're on your agenda right now, Grace.
Perfect. All right. We'll continue. So I will just cover quickly the agenda, which is the project summary, our key findings, the next steps for Hornepayne, and we'll have time at the end for any questions or comments. So community risk assessments really identify and examine the threats to the community and the threats that the community is most likely to face. And they're examined from the perspective of the fire department. So it differs a little bit from the HIRA that you may have also gone through, in that we're only looking at risks that directly involve fire department personnel. So Ontario Regulation 37818 requires all municipalities to conduct a community risk assessment every 5 years, and it also requires each community risk assessment to examine 9 profiles. So these profiles are mandatory in each community risk assessment. So we looked at the geographic profile, your building stock profile, what your critical infrastructure is comprised of, the demographics of your area, known hazards in your area, public or safety response entities. So who would you be calling on? A lot of these would be provincial or regional entities. Community services profile. So who in your community would step up to assist? And this can be anything from Red Cross to victim services to community groups, church groups, service groups. We also look at the economic profile of the area to see what the industry is, where people are working, what the employment rate is, if they're traveling, if they're working within the community, things like that. And we look at the past event and lost history. So this is really about what's happened in the last 5 years. It's generally fire related again. So how many fires have there been? What building classification are they in? So are they in your assembly occupancies? Are they in your residential occupancies? And we look at the dollar loss associated with those fires as well. So our approach and methodology was to have a startup meeting with the client, some stakeholder engagement. So there was information flowing back and forth, collecting data. We ask, and the CRA is definitely a data-driven document, and we ask for a great deal of data when preparing a CRA. And I just want to say that we have prepared CRAs all over the province, and I can say without exception, we have not come across a municipality or township that was already tracking all that information that would be used in the CRA. So going forward, it's something to look at. In 5 years, the CRA will need to be redeveloped. Tracking that information in a way that it can be used, having a records management system is certainly beneficial. And then once we have all that data, we analyze it and we draft the final community risk assessment. So I will just highlight sort of how it works once we have all the data in the document. So we use an Ontario Fire Marshal's Office evaluation criteria. And the first thing we do is determine the likelihood of the risk occurring in your particular community. Then we use the same evaluation criteria to determine what the consequence might be if that risk were to occur. So then we input the likelihood and the consequence into a risk matrix, again, developed by the Ontario Fire Marshal's Office. And then we determine a score, and that helps us to rank the severity of each of the risks that we have identified within the community. So you can see up on the slide, it goes from, in severity, it goes from very low to very high to extreme. I personally have never seen extreme used in a community risk assessment. That doesn't mean it's not possible, but it's not certainly not the norm. So public safety risks identified in Hornepayne ranked as follows. So the number one risk at very high was forest and wildland fire, and I don't think that will come as any surprise. Road and highway incidents was the number 2 at 96. And then rail incidents at 95, since you do have the CN rail running through the community. Fire in assembly occupancies and fire in commercial occupancies both scored 80, which makes them in the moderate or medium risk category. Severe weather events, followed by industrial occupancy fires. So there were some, I think in the last 5 years, there were 3 fires in industrial occupancies, and there was some dollar loss related to that. Critical infrastructure failure, which can be brought on certainly by severe weather or by, wildland fires, was at 72. Fire in residential occupancies came in at 66. Now, having said that, there were 5 residential fires in the last 5 years in your community, and the dollar loss was about $250,000. We consistently see that residential fires are what is occurring in every community across the province. They don't often score as high in the matrix, and it's because the matrix is designed to look at loss to the entire community. So certainly a residential fire can be devastating to the homeowner and maybe even to neighbors, but it doesn't have an effect on the entire community to the same extent as perhaps losing an industrial building that employs people, losing, say, a community center or an arena. It has more of effect on the community as a whole. Aeronautical incidents scored 36 at low, and rescue incidents in remote areas came in at 20. So again, very, very low. So once we have put the matrix together and assessed and scored all the risks, then we start to look at risk treatment plans, and they really summarize the various challenges associated with those risks, as well as information about the community's current risk treatment measures. So what the community is currently doing to mitigate those risks. So when it comes to risk treatment options, we have the following to avoid or eliminate the risk, which is quite difficult in most cases. To mitigate, reduce the likelihood of the impact of the risk, and accept or take no action. Transfer the risk to another party. So sometimes the risk can be shared, for instance, with your rail. That risk is shared with CN Rail. Your highways, some of that risk would be shared with MTO and other parties. So that's where you transfer some of that risk and share part of the risk with another party. So those are the options given to us when we begin to develop risk treatment plans for each. I'm just going to highlight the top 5 risks and the risk treatment plans that are associated with those. So the first, as I said, was a very high risk of forest and wildland fire. So the treatment plan is to try and mitigate that risk, to continue to enforce the open air burning bylaw, use social media to provide public education about that bylaw, use social media to provide public education about forest fires and about programs such as the Fire Smart program, which is can be provided with the assistance of the Ministry of Natural Resources, and ensure the Hornepayne Fire Department's personnel continue to receive grass and wildland tactical training. And the 2 standards for this would be MNR 103 and MNR 230 from the MNR's Aviation Division. So the number 2 risk is your road and highway incidents. And mitigation here is just to really ensure that the fire crews continue to receive ongoing training about vehicle firefighting, auto extrication, certainly electric vehicles, because that is becoming more common, and hazardous materials responses. So determining what level of hazardous materials response the department is going to operate at, whether it's an awareness level, whether it's an operational level or a technical level, ensuring that they receive the training required. And number 3 was the rail incident. And again, this is a mitigate and probably a share risk because you're sharing that with CN Rail. CN Rail is fairly good at providing information about what is transported through various municipalities. There is an app called Ask Rail, and the fire department would be able to access exactly what is being transferred or transported through your area by using that app. So that's certainly something to monitor. And also training opportunities. Sometimes training opportunities become available through CN Rail to do some joint training exercises with them. Or when you're doing your emergency exercise annually, certainly trying to involve CN Rail in that exercise may provide some additional training for the department. So number 4 was fire in assembly occupancies. So the best way to mitigate risks of fire is to ensure that assembly occupancies are inspected on a regular basis and that records of those inspections are maintained. So assembly occupancies are generally, it could be a large restaurant. It's more likely to be a community center, an arena, something of that nature. Church is an assembly occupancy. And complete pre-planning processes for the assembly occupancies that apply. So certainly pre-planning something as large as an arena or a community center makes sense. And the reason that these tend to be higher in the risk is because you have large numbers of people who gather there. There is the possibility that alcohol events that are serving alcohol could take place there. So all of those things just increase the risk for assembly occupancy fires. And ensure that supervisory staff in those assembly occupancies, so whether the occupancy is privately owned or owned in fact by the municipality, ensure that staff at those occupancies really understand their roles and responsibilities regarding fire safety, ensuring that if required, fire safety plans are in place and they are reviewed. And also reaching out to neighboring municipalities to discuss the possibility of sharing inspection duties in order to reduce the associated workloads and costs is another option as well. So number 5 is fire in commercial occupancies. Again, commercial occupancy should be inspected on a regular basis and records of those inspections should be maintained. Completing the pre-planning process for those applicable commercial occupancies and verifying that all the required occupancies have an approved fire safety plan, and ensuring that supervisory staff in those occupancies understand the roles and responsibilities for fire safety. And again, if the inspection program it is an issue, certainly reaching out to look at shared inspection services with neighboring municipalities. So those are the 5 top risks. Going forward, the CRA should be reviewed annually in order to keep it current. It makes it a much easier job 5 years down the road if you can do that. And developing processes for collecting and maintaining the data needed to keep the community risk assessment current. One of the things that we have encountered across the province is that lightweight construction, so the use of lightweight construction, is mandated to be part of the community risk assessment. And very few municipalities have been tracking the use of lightweight construction. And this is roof, prefabricated, pre-engineered roof trusses and floor assemblies. So going forward, what we have found the best way to track that is actually through the building permit process. So if there can be a way that when someone comes in to apply for a building permit, that's one of the, the boxes they have to tick or the questions that are asked, it becomes a fairly effective way of tracking lightweight construction in the community. And the importance of tracking that is because it behaves differently if there's a fire condition. So it certainly is a risk to firefighters. So knowing ahead of time that they're going into a building with lightweight construction may certainly change the way they approach that particular fire. And then use your community risk assessment to develop future strategic planning for the fire department going forward. And that is all I have to tell you, and I would be delighted if you have any questions or comments.
Well, thank you so much, Grace. And I'll open up the floor for question or comments. Go ahead, Councilor Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Risk number 4 or risk number 5, and you say on a regular basis to inspect. What do you precisely mean by regular basis? Once a year, once every 2 years? What's the timeline on that, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. That is for you to determine in your level of service. So your ENR bylaw should set out the level of service being provided by the fire department. We would certainly recommend that a fire prevention policy is put in place if it isn't already, and that you determine what is reasonable within your community. So, perhaps every 2 years, it certainly doesn't have to be annually. Knowing where your risks are, for instance, looking at the fact that you have had in the last 5 years 3 industrial fires. What that says to me is an inspection program of regular inspections for industrial occupancies to make sure that they're in compliance would make sense. There haven't been any fires in assembly occupancies, but again, the risk is there. So as just establishing how often are we going to do that? And that, of course, is a decision for council.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Grace. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barrett, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one question, and it regards kind of the whole thing is there's a lot of data, as you mentioned, and just about every one of these. How does a small community like us manage all that data? And if you don't manage it correctly, then it becomes not really valid. Can you speak to that?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. Certainly, a records management system is the way to go. There's several out there. They're not without cost. But going forward, as you start to look at, strategic plans, as you start to look at perhaps a fire master plan to give you kind of the roadmap forward for the next 5 or 10 years for your department, it's all going to be asking for similar data. So finding a way to track that data is important. It makes all the reports that you're going to need going forward much easier if you can access the data. And as I said earlier, you're going to be redeveloping your community risk assessment 5 years down the road, and it will be the same types of same type of information that's going to be requested.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just have a question, Grace, about the fire and commercial occupancy, or sorry, the fire and industrial occupancy, the 3 that we had. Does that include fires that are outside of the municipal boundary?
No,
Or-
that
Okay.
it should not. That data should be the data that you have reported to the Ontario Fire Marshal's office. So it will become from your incident reports that are sent into the OFM, and then we take the data from the OFM. So it should always be fires that occurred within your municipality.
Okay, just a follow-up to that, Grace. If there's fires that are outside the limits of our municipality, how are those reported?
So those would be reported by the municipality in which they occur. So
Okay.
If
there
a
would be
fire
no-
occurs in a neighboring municipality, whether there is automatic aid or mutual aid requested for that fire occurred on their property. So they report the fire loss and the dollar loss in their reports.
Okay, I guess I'll just clarify to be more specific. We have just outside of our municipality an agreement with our local lumber mill and power generation plant to provide them services. So they're not within our municipality. They're not in another municipality. They're in an adjacent township. Unorganized, thank you.
Unorganized, okay, that's a very good question. The only way I could be certain would be to go back through the OFM data to get the specific addresses where those fires occurred. Perhaps your own department might be able to clarify that a little bit more, but generally speaking, they would still be reported in that unorganized, area. Not even if you responded to them through a fire service agreement, it's not your loss. Generally, that's the way the province looks at it. but I'm not saying that there's never been any errors. So it certainly would be something worth following up on to ensure that those fires are not being tracked as your loss.
Okay, we'll ensure that on our end to make sure. So I just wanted to clarify that there is a difference, so. we wanna
Absolutely,
ensure
there is.
that the incident reports reflect inside our municipality, and then those that are outside, when we do respond, that they reflect as such too, for whatever unorganized area or township. Okay. Any further questions, council? I see that the fire chief has joined us. Thank you for joining us, Miles. And I know you're traveling. I appreciate you taking the time to come on the meeting. Okay, if there's no further questions, I'll thank you for being here tonight, Grace, and for providing the report to us.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just going forward, Loomex doesn't go away. So if down the road there are questions that arise when people have a little bit more time to think about the presentation and to look at the data, if there's any questions or comments, please reach out. We are here to continue the relationship.
Okay, thank you for that, and we definitely will if we have more questions.
Thank
Have
you.
a great.
You too.
Okay, we do have a motion to receive the presentation. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Kim Kissinger, second by Councillor Belinda Kissinger. Be it resolved that council receives the community risk assessment presentation as provided by Grace McDonough, Loomex Group. Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, moving on to 7.2, we have another presentation of the multi-year budget policy by Cindy Godson, the CFO, and Manuela Batovanja, the CAO. The floor is yours, ladies.
So I think this presentation is Cindy's. I definitely started it out before Cindy started with us, but she's taken over, and so I will let her do the presentation.
Okay, great. And Cindy's going to come up to our
Yeah.
table here.
Sure, she can be better heard.
Okay, perfect.
You will have to forward the.
Yep.
Yeah, we're talking. You're good.
I'll do it right. Okay, thank you for that. Excuse me. Okay, I'll just make sure I can make them.
Right after this first. It is not touched, right?
Not that screen.
I should be able to use arrows.
Good, thank you. Okay, so as indicated, this is the multi-year budget policy that we're asking to be passed. We ask you to receive the report as information and approve and implement the multi-year budget policy, pass the adopting bylaw at today's meeting, November 12th, 2025, the regular meeting of council. So just a quick introduction. The purpose of the policy is to define the approach for preparing, adopting, updating, and reporting on multi-year budgets. We would integrate, also part of that would be integrating the budget information with the strategic plan, the asset management plan, and any long-term financial plans that are put in place. The objectives of the policy: to set responsibilities, to support council oversight and public transparency, establish the predictability in the tax levy, and of course the legislative context includes the Municipal Act, Public Sector Accounting Standards, OREG 28409 and OREG 45307 for water. Policy overview. It includes all tax supported operations, including externally controlled boards where the council provides funding, for example, the library. It also includes the water rate supported operations for multi-year budgets aligned to the policy as well. The reporting timeline. This will include a 4-year multi-year budget adopted in year 2 of council term, covering years 2 to 5. Of course, this coming into your last year of your term is not quite this but we will, going forward, be using these timelines. So typically, it's adopted in year 2 of the council term, covering years 2 to 5. The first year of the new council term reconfirms the year 5, which is year 1 of the new term. And then that first year also sets the direction for the next cycle for the new council. These are the reports that are required each year by the policy. Excuse me, the budget direction report is prior to the budget being prepared, would include anything that council might want included in the budget. There would be a draft multi-year budget or the annual confirmation report. So in the initial stages, the draft multi-year budget will be the 4-year budget as indicated. In future, it would be the annual confirmation until a new 4-year new council is in with their 4-year budget. We will look at it every year. It's not that you're just confirming that same budget going forward. There will be a new 4-year based off of the original 4-year. We'll just move it ahead and base it on, of course, whatever's going on in the community at the time that we need to include if there's anything new that needs to be added. Excuse me, the OREG 289, 289.0, 284.09 report. If applicable, that's more for, it's not likely to apply to us, but it's related to non-cash items, things that we don't budget for, such as amortization. There will be a public consultation summary, including whatever comments or questions we get from the public regarding our budget. There'll be the final multi-year budget and the readoption report in the subsequent years. Also included in this policy are quarterly operating capital variance reports, which will help our senior management team to ensure that they're meeting the budget to the best that they can, or identifying risks or whatever mitigations might be needed to keep our expenses in line with the budget. Excuse me. There's also year-end results with the reserve continuity so that you're aware of what the reserves are at the end of the year. The carry forward capital list for any projects that will be carrying forward from one year to the next, so that you're aware of what is going to be carrying on into the new fiscal year. Excuse me. The guiding principles included in this, listed here: legislative compliance as indicated. Municipal Act, of course, is the biggest, but we also, whatever legislation would affect budgeting, we would include or be sure we're compliant with. The strategic alignment, of course, refers to the alignment with the strategic plan that's been approved by you, as well as the asset management plan, to ensure that we're aligned along the different things that are happening in the municipality. Excuse me, affordability and predictability. This 4-year gives us a little more predictability in the tax levy, where we can ensure that we can afford it as well by looking a little further ahead in the process. It's service-based and risk-informed, indicating that we are presenting the budget by the service, and differentiating base items versus one-time items, talking about service level changes if there are any risk impacts, etc. Evidence-based assumptions include using documented drivers such as the wage settlements, fuel or energy costs that are ongoing. Construction indices could be a factor, any assessment growth or the grant outlook, because we don't always know those ahead, but in some cases we do. Excuse me, transparency and public engagement. Of course, we want to look at, we want to provide clear materials to the residents, hold public meetings as needed, or at least give the public an opportunity to make comments or ask questions. And yes, that was what I was going to say with that. Be transparent about what we're including in the budget. Life cycle and reserves first, indicates that we would, excuse me, prioritize state of good repair of our current assets and, providing the levels of service as indicated. Reserve contributions would be consistent with the long-term financial plans, and the reserve and reserve fund policy, and, we would look at prioritizing current services before, expanding services. Procurement and controls, excuse me, that principle indicates that any commitments under the multi-year budget would follow the procurement bylaw and any internal control policies, and commitments are within approved envelopes within the year. So the roles and responsibilities related to this policy, council, as always, approves the policy, sets targets and service levels, and adopts the multi-year budget or the annual readoption. The CAO is responsible for championing the alignment to council direction and ensures admin practices support the process so that we can follow the policy. CFO leads the multi-year budget process, issuing the schedule related to the budget steps involved, advise on tax policy, reserves, and debt, as well as ensuring that we follow all of the various schedules within the policy. Senior management team will submit operating and capital plans within the new format. They'll manage the approved budgets and provide asset and project information for capital readiness to ensure that we can move forward, apply for grants, that sort of thing as needed, as well as get our projects done. Local boards, in this case, library, would submit budgets within their timelines and disclose any changes, which might include legislative changes or any other things that might affect their services that we should incorporate into the budget. So the options today are approve the policy as presented, which is our recommended option. That would allow us to implement the multi-year budget policy framework for 2026 to 2029, the 4-year budget. It improves the levy predictability and enhances transparency. Option B, to adopt the policy but defer the Schedule 3 thresholds, which the schedules are at the back of your policy. The Schedule 3 includes various material amendment threshold, the pre-budget spending authority, carry forward capital, reserves and reserve funds, and new debt that must comply with provincial limits. So to ensure that we are staying within those thresholds. So by deferring that schedule, it would allow additional consultation on the thresholds, but it creates a bit of an ambiguity during our 2026 cycle. May increase ad hoc adjustments if it takes a little longer to pull it together. Excuse me. Option 3, continue with annual budgeting only. There's minimal immediate change, but unfortunately there's reduced levy predictability, weaker alignment to long-term plans, and diminished transparency on multi-year capital and reserves. What we're trying to do is open those up so that you have a farther view to the budgeting process. So these are implementation and next steps. We're asking you to adopt the policy today at today's meeting, November 12th, 2025. We will have a draft budget presentation next meeting, November 26th, 2025, for the 4-year draft budget 2026 to 2029. We're asking for public input until the December 10th meeting. That will give us time, public, a couple of weeks to look over the draft and indicate any comments or questions. Excuse me. And then our expectation is the final budget for 2026, 2029 will be prepared for one of the January 2026 council meetings, which I don't have dates at the current time, but we would aim for one of those meetings to get the final budget. Excuse me. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Cindy. I'll open the floor for questions or comments from council. Councilor Karoff, go ahead.
Thank you. with all this, say if we went with option A, which is just approval, is there, remind me again, is there an annual review of it? So if council wants to update, there is,
Yes,
thank you.
absolutely.
So I can speak to this if that's okay. So, in a perfect world, this budget would have happened in year 2 of the council, but we're in the last year council, so we're doing the 4 years this year, as much as an exercise for staff. So we're really looking at, this is considered year 3 and 4, with 3 being 2025 and 4 being 2026. And the full 4-year budget would be 27 to 29 when the new council comes in. So they would adopt in 27 and they would revisit it in 28, adjust it for any economic changes or grant opportunities or, Lord forbid, another COVID situation, but they would adjust annually in order to meet the needs of the community at that time for those 4 years. And then that 4th year would be within the 1st year of the next term of council, so that they have time to form their strategic goals, and then staff has an opportunity to align it to the next 4-year budget.
Very good, thank you.
So,
Okay, so just to follow up with John's question then, so within that, if it was running ideally, each year council can have the opportunity to review it,
100%.
review the policy.
Review the policy and the budget and then approve it with whatever changes needed at that time.
Okay, great. Councillor Stefan, go
Yeah,
ahead.
do you, as I said last meeting, I asked that question, I got the answer, but repeat it again. It's a living document, so everybody's clear on that. You said that's 100% correct.
Yes.
So it could be altered, changed, or it could stay status quo. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions from council? I just noticed on the timeline that we're looking at, so if we're to adopt tonight, we have a draft budget coming on the 26th, and then it says public input until December 10th. Is that the cutoff date for public input, or is that our meeting date?
That's your meeting date.
Okay, so it'd be just ahead of that, are those comments gonna be on that council meeting, or will they just come to inform the budget in January?
my recommendation would be that we set the public consultation at the November 26th meeting, so that we ensure that we give council and the public enough time to review and ask questions and make comments.
Okay, so then at the December 10th meeting, will we have another discussion of budget then?
I think that's a regular meeting of council, so I would suggest that we not.
Okay,
And I think we'll look more closely at it this week and bring back a schedule at the November 26th meeting.
okay, sounds good, okay.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Okay, is there any further questions or comments? Okay, thank you so much. And we do have a motion on the floor to receive the monthly budget policy report and presentation. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Drago-Stefan, second by Councillor John Perro. Be it resolved that council receive the multi-year budget policy report and presentation as provided by Cindy Godson, CFO, and Manuela Batovanja, CAO. Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, departmental reports. If I can get a mover and a seconder to open the floor, please. Moved by Councillor John Perro, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that council does hereby acknowledge receipt of the departmental reports provided at the regular meeting of council held on November 12th, 2025. And we have the CAO first. Do you have any additions to your report?
I have no additions, but I can just do a brief summary if you'd like. There's several policies that were done in the last month. The public code of conduct policies, surplus deficit, reserve fund, and the multi-year budget. Hornepayne housing. There will be later on the agenda information regarding asset transfer and Hornepayne housing, a new revenue stream opportunity there. We also did a couple strategic planning sessions with them, so I'm sure something will come back to council regarding that. The budget, we've been working on 4-year template, and we've been looking at the comprehensive user fees already. CIP is later on in this agenda as well. Tonight, we've received our first CIP application, so I applaud that. Community Emergency and Preparedness Grant, I was able to put it in application for the $50,000 emergency community preparedness grant. It's a $50,000 grant. Hopefully we'll be successful. The plan or the application was to turn the boardroom up at 19 Becker Road, the new public works garage, to turn the boardroom into the emergency control center should we have an emergency. Because it's an emergency control center and because of its location being where trucks come off the highway from either end or people are exiting, I've also applied for a large digital sign to go there so that it will inform both the residents and people traveling through. Also on this agenda tonight are key indicators. I spoke to council about doing key indicators, so I've got a draft copy on tonight's budget with some key performance measurements that I'd like council to review and get back to us on if they think they're adequate, if they'd like to see something different, something more, something less. It's meant to inform council throughout the year. And I think in some, that's a summary. So if there's any questions.
Okay, thank you, Manuela. Any questions for the CAO? Go ahead, Councillor Span.
Yeah. I reviewed most of the policies and bylaw. I met with the CAO and I had given my input. They did wonderful work as administration. The other thing on my question is CIP. Will the public get a marketing strategy from the administration team to inform people that there's a CIP that the business people could apply? Because I think some do not know that.
So the CIP is on our website, but yes, we can definitely do something broader than our website.
Oh, I would recommend respectfully to focus on that, because if you go through a bunch of pages, I think that this is a good start. And I think the more business know, the better. Thank you.
And thank you, Councillor Stefanich, for pointing out the policies. I did want to actually more closely just review a couple pages from my report because there were questions received on some of the policies, and I thought it would only be fair to list them for council and the public tonight. So the public code of conduct policy on page 3, section 3E, there was a request to change township to CAO. So it's vexatious refers to a complaint that is frivolous and which is pursued in a manner that is reasonably perceived by the CAO rather than the township. Page 2 had to change section 2 definitions, add frequency as a definition, so define frequency as 3 or more occurrences. Page 6, section 5.3E, require a person to make contact only to the third-party representative. For example, the original said solicitor, counselor, or friend acting on their behalf. The request was to remove counselor, which I did. And then that was it for that one. The surplus deficit, there was a question as to is the transfer to the levy rate stabilization reserve a budgeted amount being added to the tax bill? And the answer is no. The only time that transfer occurs is if there's an actual surplus at the end of the year. So the revenues ended up being more than the expenses. We either got new revenue or spent less money. Creating a surplus does not affect the taxes, and that additional money goes into a reserve at that point. The reserve and reserve fund policy, there was no questions and no changes requested. And the multi-year budget, also no questions other than tonight's questions were received and no changes requested. That was that, just to make it transparent to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So any further questions for the CAO? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you anymore. And moving on to the poll. Karen, do you have any additions to your report?
I'm realizing now I forgot to add, I was also part of some of the HHC discussions and completely blanked on adding that to my report. Otherwise, I am good to take questions.
Okay, I open up the floor for questions to the clerk. Okay, I do want to say thank you for participating in Trunk or Treat. Your trunk was cute. Your costumes were really cute. I was completely impressed.
You and Councillor Linda Kissmaker did awesome too.
So yeah, it turned out to be a little bit of a blistery day out there, but
It was fun.
it was fun. Yes, it was. Okay, if there's no further questions, thank you, Jennifer. And moving on to the CFO. Cindy, do you have any additions to your report?
I don't have any additions. Some of it, clearly, I was working with the CAO to review policies and develop policies. I've been transitioning some information and processes from the acting treasurer, which I've listed here, related to the grants, the capital projects, tax collection and registration, reserve and reserve fund balances, deferred revenue, which are very similar, year-end preparations, and loan request and disbursement. We were working on a number of things, still on transitioning those. But it's pretty well. He does have a section in this report to indicate what he was still working on. But for myself, just based on the order of the report, the upcoming projects, we're gonna look at the pre-authorized payment plan for taxpayers and to be able for them to utilize that as a way to pay their taxes and water bills. Year end is coming up, so that's gonna be a fairly large undertaking once we get closer to the end. As you know, the budget as well, we're working on that in here, but that would be one of the big things in the next few weeks as well. Grant reporting I'll be taking on whatever's left of that, related to grants that are currently in place, as well as anything new that gets applied for and accepted. And we're gonna look at some of our bank accounts to see if there's any way we can earn better interest rates on some of the funds that are being held in the accounts, as well as potentially reducing service charges, to see if there's a way to do that as well. And in terms of the project updates from the acting treasurer, he's completed the supplementary tax billing and tax write-offs from the impact adjustments. He has completed the HST return up till October 30th. I did hear today that it's been approved, so we're getting those funds fairly soon. And tax payment plans continue to be arranged. So I got one in the works right now, and we'll see if that's in place too.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Cindy. Any questions for the CFO? Okay, there being none, thank you. We'll carry on to the Public Works Manager. Dwayne, do you have any additions to your report?
Other than the winter is officially here? Most not.
You're refusing to believe that, are you? Okay, I'm open up the floor for any questions to the Public Works Manager. Go ahead, Councillor.
Preliminary too. Is all your winter equipment working?
It was. The grader is something very, very hard and snapped a bunch of bolts, but it should be back up by tomorrow.
Employee, okay?
Yes, not injured at all.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor.
To you, Madam Mayor, first, how's the ice going in the curling club? Is the compressor holding its own and doing what it should be?
So, we'll be ready for December 1st, like we were supposed to.
Good.
Should be no, right now, nothing, no issues.
Good. And second question, is there a tentative date yet to get into 19 Becker?
I'm trying to get heat on right now. I ordered the contractor for the heat and
Yep.
waiting for it to be turned on, then we'll check for wire leaks and
Nice.
should be good to move the compressor over.
Okay, just one more, Councillor, Para.
Pete asked it.
Okay,
Thanks.
Councillor Belinda Kissmaker, go ahead.
Just, what happened to your fencing that was,
Scheduled for the week of the 14th to work in Northern Ontario. We'll be in that section somewhere. They're putting it in. Still coming.
14th of December?
Yeah, I'd, November is supposed to be the 14th in Northern Ontario, and we should be coming over the next week or so.
and an update on your truck that's supposed to be here?
End of the month.
End of what?
End of the month. This month.
End of the month?
November,
Oh, good. Thank
yeah.
you.
We're waiting on one little piece, and it should be up here.
Okay. Finally.
Okay, just about the Third Avenue, project, are we gonna get a fuller report on where it's at? Like, for what happened this year or anything like that?
And ask them if they're gonna do something more to us.
Okay, I'm just, cause I'm concerned, cause we didn't get all the way to the end of Third Ave, they're gonna come back and do some more water in that next spring?
Yeah.
Okay,
We got one manhole further than we said they were going to do. They said they were gonna do.
okay. So we got further than where we wanted.
Yes, they did really good.
That's good.
There was the language between us and the equity.
Okay, and the only reason why I asked for that, Dwayne, or the CAO is just, I think the public would like to see it, see what was done and just a bit of more wholesome report. And other than that, I don't have any further questions. Any further questions for the Public Works Manager? Okay, there being none, thank you, Dwayne. And I put those reports to a vote to acknowledge receipt. Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, moving on to correspondence action items, the Christmas party. Okay, so we donate every year. Oh. I've just done something to my screen. I apologize. I've got two screens. Do you know how to make it not two screens? Sorry, Jen.
I sure don't.
Okay. I don't know. I've got the agenda up here and the agenda down here. That's okay. We'll see what happens when I.
Interesting. Hey, try
Oh,
escape.
okay. No, it's actually okay. It's okay. I'm gonna have the agenda at the top.
Which is good.
Yeah, well, I was asking about this before the meeting started. I was like, how do you separate the pages out? But anyway, great, fantastic. Okay, sorry, council. Santa Claus Christmas party, do we want to have a discussion on the letter, or we can put the motion on the floor? Go ahead, Peter.
Just a question of curiosity. I'm all for the donation, but 100 chairs. Does the school not have chairs there already? I thought they had. I was just thinking, like, they don't, eh?
Not the quantity, sorry.
Okay. No, I didn't know. I was just
Not
curious.
close.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jen.
We also, I did want to say, last year we also did donate the 20 tables and 100 chairs
Yeah,
to that
yeah.
Years.
I knew that. I just did.
event.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Span.
Do we have the $1,000 in the budget? Then I agree 100% because Pamela, her team do a fantastic job every year. Not only themselves, but they get volunteers, massive number of work. Not only the event itself, venue, but the setting up, the taking down. Great project.
Yeah, a lot of work.
Maybe a thank you from the mayor to Pam and her team.
Okay, we can
Thank
definitely
you.
do that. Okay, if I can get a mover and seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Peter Kissmaker, second by Councillor Belinda Kissmaker. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby authorize a donation of $1,000 to the 2025 Santa Claus Christmas Party to be held on December 21st, 2025. Be it further resolved that Council does hereby authorize an additional in-kind donation of 20 tables and 100 chairs to be provided on December 19th, 2025. Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, next up, we have Kids Sport, Hornepayne Road safety during the community event. And Jen, did you want to speak to your report, or?
Sure. So, as you can see on the agenda, we received correspondence from Kids Sport regarding the lack of road closure for the autism awareness event. I did check back, and it is my bad. There was an email after I had advised that council approved the donation of tables and chairs and authorized the financial donation where it said, also we need the road closed, and I missed that. But it was also at the point the council meeting had already happened, so council wouldn't be able to approve it until after the event anyway. So this is just where I'm recommending that organizers should include that information in their request to council. Because either way, it would have been too late to be able to authorize that unless council called a special meeting for that specific purpose.
Okay. Go ahead, Belinda.
I just have a question, just because I don't know what your system is. Is there a form that people fill out with checkbox saying like they're looking for roads, you're looking for a washing facility, they're looking for whatever, so we have something to follow and it's checked once and again twice and then followed up on?
So in, I believe 2023, Council had asked that, staff create a municipal grants policy, and I created that. And in it, there's specifications for financial and in-kind donations. So that would have been included if the form had been used. That would have been included within that form where you list kind of everything that you need for your event. I do think though, I went through the form and there's not check boxes for things like that. And I do think that that should be added. And I believe I mentioned in my report that a review of the policy would be beneficial. But there is technically a municipal grants application on our website. It just very rarely gets filled out.
I'm just thinking that it would have helped quite a bit.
Yes,
Stop any oversights and.
yes, so perhaps we should bring that policy back for council review and then enforce it a bit more strictly.
Yes, because I believe in the policy too, is that it's quite a timeline out to request funds. Is it not 90 days, I believe?
I believe it is supposed to be, and then it's up to council if they want to waive that. I will say as well, and I believe I mentioned this when I drafted the policy, or at least I mentioned it to the CAO at the time, that many communities have requirements that the grant, like any grant applications, are submitted by November the year before, so that council can include it in their budget. So that would be something as well for council to look into, whether you want to require it before the budget is approved so that it's included within the budget.
Okay, so it definitely needs to come back to council.
Yes,
so
and
that
I
we
can do a
read it,
report.
and then we'll move it. I think we can get a staff informed report with that on changes that you'd like to see, and that it fits in with our new, well, hopefully going to pass tonight, our new multi-budgeting. And the one thing I do have a question about the roads, because I couldn't recall us closing the roads for other than municipal events. And have we researched insurance? Like whose insurance does that fall under if we, like when it's, I know with the trunk or treat, I'm going by memory from being on the board then, and I believe it's covered under our municipal policy.
I believe it was two.
So we have to look into that as well. Because council, do you remember a time where we closed the road for
Yeah.
a non-municipal event? Go ahead.
Well, indirectly, the Canada Day celebrations.
That's municipal.
It's municipal.
Right, but it was also combined effort with the kids sport as well, because they had a certain section of the road as well.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Yeah, they house their stuff on the property.
And they're
the
also doing
business
it as
that
well.
yeah, but that whole road's closed for
Mhm.
the whole Canada Day, so
Yeah.
go ahead,
Just
Councilor.
basically, I would ensure that we're insured for, different events, like the public events, but, it would probably fall under both. So
Yeah,
if
it
Kids
would.
Sports has liability, they're gonna be, both the policies would be covering it.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that in our policy, when we're building that and in the form, that it's checked off and, yeah.
I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to request to be added as an additional insured through their insurance.
Sure, yeah.
That could be one of the requirements, because we do have insurance requirements for certain rentals.
Okay,
And
so if
that.
we can build back a report and investigate that issue a bit. Councilor.
Yeah, we did it exactly for, when we used the town center field and 26 years, I was here, any, either women's or mixed league, baseball, softball, slow pitch, they would have us as a third issue. They would have to have us covered under insurance. They have their own insurance. We cover them, because liability, if the backstop comes down, it's our problem, not theirs.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Other issues they covered, but yeah, we had that always, third-party liability.
It's no different with minor hockey too.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly.
NOHA supplies the insurance and we have it as well.
Right, because I'm sure too, within, our required documents, like if we're shutting down roads, like a little different than recreation facilities, because they're
Right.
encased,
Yeah.
is that we gotta make sure that we're contacting the right, EMS,
You're right.
police and everything, that it's, so that we're checking all those boxes and then it's a go, so, okay. Any other, comments from council that you'd like to see in that report? Go ahead, Belinda.
What you just said, when, other things have to be notified, such as our fire department and our, ambulance service, that they're notified as well, that there's something going on and we're closing down the street, so everyone's on the same page.
Right, right, and I have a question too, Jen, or, the CAO, do we notify our businesses as well when that's happening? Go ahead, Jen.
As far as I'm aware, no. I do know for sure that the admin assistant notifies police, EMS, and fire every
Okay.
time.
Every time, okay. So we ensure that we're following that if it's not for our event, but we're doing the road. So is there any other items that you could think of, council, that we might write into as we look at this new grants policy? Councillor Spanik, go ahead.
For the actual form, should be only one page, should be simple as it comes.
Yeah.
And additional information, a handout of 15, 20 pages, whatever the administration team decides. However, one original page to check off what they require, who's in charge, and a photocopy of their liability. It's attached to that sheet that you have it. But keep it simple as possible. Because these people are volunteering, they're not paid for it.
Yeah,
So the shorter time you give them, the better it's gonna be for everybody.
and we need the forms filled out, we don't have.
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah. Idea, okay. Okay, if there's nothing else on that. Send it back to my agenda. Okay, we do have a motion on the floor in regarding to this discussion to receive the clerk's report and that, specific requests are approved by council until we update our policy. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that council receives clerk report number 2025-09 as information. Be it further resolved that all event organizers are to include specific requests for road closures or traffic management in their submission to council for approval to ensure the safety and security of community events. And just a final, there'll be follow-up to kids sport. Okay, great. Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, 9.3 is kids sport Hornepayne for the outdoor toilets. Dwayne, did you want to speak to the report? Okay. Yeah, open up the floor for discussion from council. Go ahead, Councillor Spanik.
All occupants that wash and clean during summertime and by whom?
Check in on this, they have a checklist, so Jay and his staff will do it.
If I could make a comment, going back 14 years ago, we hired, when the first company was out of town doing the sewer system, they went in, did a thorough clean twice a year. Because you don't expect staff, you don't have the proper equipment to, the suction of the thing and, the health and safety of it. I would highly recommend that when the company comes in from town to do the sewer system, whatever. MOE used to have a truck, we use them quite often, I don't know if they still do.
Code from Hurston's and stuff, so not the only thing.
Okay, Councillor Peter and then Belinda.
I don't want to speak out of turn here,
No,
but,
go ahead.
9 times out of 10, Claude Bergeron is very nice when it comes to kids sports and that he volunteers the services. I'm not saying he's gonna do it now, but that's always what he is. He's always been very good. And if he does charge, it's a very reasonable rate.
Okay. Go ahead, Belinda.
For issue out there, you have nothing running, there isn't a freeze.
Okay, Belinda, go ahead.
I'm kind of glad this came up, because I want to ask, is there something that says when we have community events that we have to provide, porta potties? The reason why I'm asking this, when it was the Canada Day thing, I was bringing people to my house to use the washroom because the one at the park was not open, or whether it was Canada Day or August, the other day, it was one of those events. And the restaurant was closed, or they didn't want people using their washroom, which I understand. So is there something that says that we have to supply that we should be supplying something like porta potties at our events or not? Like, is there? Cause usually you see them, whether it's in the winter, whether it's in the summer, they have something, and now they have the winterized porta potties. So I was wondering about that, and if we have a responsibility to have.
Okay. The CEO?
I do not believe that we have bylaws that make it our responsibility to have them. I think it's a good practice to have them. But I don't think there's a policy or bylaw that's governing us right now, but I can definitely look into it more and come back to you unless, the clerk knows something more.
As far as I'm aware, there's nothing. I did want to mention, so for Canada Day, we did have the township open. Both for merch, but also people used the washer.
I don't know which one it was for, but I'm just saying that's
yeah.
what I ended up doing.
But for the August event, that wasn't, township was not part of that.
Yeah.
So I wasn't there, so I wasn't able to.
Okay, so, go ahead, Belinda, go.
I just would like to know if we should make this a good practice,
Mhm.
if, there is something that we are supposed to do. To me, it would be a good practice because to me, it is an issue, and being
Mhm.
part of the things that in our community recently or before, it is a good thing, especially with mothers with their kids.
Mhm.
And you want them to stay downtown. You don't want them to rush home.
Yeah, yeah. Counselor Peter, go ahead.
As far as the event out at Cedar Point though, like, could we not just get Chloe to go out there now before it freezes, cleans it up, and then one of the arena staff a few days before, just do a surface cleaning, and at least it's available. You don't have people exposing themselves out in the middle of the lake. Cause there was a lot of, different color snow last time I attended the event.
Okay. I defer to the CEO, to the public works manager.
Same issues, so try to clean it, it's still gonna be free, or it's gonna freeze. The chemicals won't be wiped off, it'll be frozen to the decks and everything else.
Okay. Just on that, are there rentable porta potties?
There are, I
Yeah.
can get you a price.
Okay, well, I think to follow up with what Belinda's saying, I think it's good practice. I would like to see something in writing when it's our event, that we offer so much porta potties available. Hopefully, our washrooms at the Pavilion Park will be up and running at our summer events. But for other organizations that want to host events, do we want to put that in our policy that they have to provide porta potties? Like, I don't necessarily think it's a town's responsibility if it's an event that's not ours, so. I'm not sure, I open up that for discussion.
I think that's a good idea.
Councilors,
And just, thank you, Mayor. I'm just putting it out for thought. Why do we need a bylaw stating that when it's more of an in-kind thing that we do that?
yeah, I don't think it's a bylaw, it would be
Best
our events
practice.
policy. Events
Best
policy,
practice,
yeah,
yeah.
it'd be an events policy, so that basically for that, it's so that it's fair for everyone, right?
Right.
So that every group, depending where they fall, they get the same parameters put in place for them. Jen, go ahead.
I just wanted to mention that is something that should be budgeted for them annually.
Absolutely, I think it's gonna be pricier than we can.
Yes,
Okay.
I imagine there will be more events as well if that's something.
So
So,
my recommendation is to let us look into the price and what the practice is, best practice, and get back to council at the next meeting.
Okay, do you have enough time by the next meeting?
I
in
hope so.
December? Okay, well, at an
Yeah.
upcoming meeting, how about we
Okay.
put that? Counselor Stefanski?
Yeah, I think, because these are nonprofit groups and they're fundraising for good things.
Yeah.
But I would be specified in the policy that it's a for-profit group, they provide their own. Very clear on that, I am.
Mhm.
But for nonprofit, I think we should assist, because they're fundraising for a certain activity or item they wanna purchase. So we're indirectly assisting them as a municipal council in the township, and I think that's crucial.
Yes, go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Belinda.
It could be just one of those boxes that is checked off if they would like that assistance or not. And if they have to pay for it, then they know what it is, but it's just a check off.
Okay. Go ahead,
I
Councilor.
just
Carr.
want to say that I think that we should follow up with the price tag before we make a
Yeah.
decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so, well, on this discussion right now, currently, our current facilities are not capable to be used in the cold weather. Cause everything's gonna freeze beyond that, and it sounds like it's gonna be a terrible mess. So we want to look at an insulated, some sort of insulated porta potty, I guess, is there's such a thing?
There is.
Okay,
Right.
okay, so, Jen, did you wanna speak? Go ahead.
I was
Oh, sorry, Dwayne, I'll come right to you. Go ahead, Jen.
just going to mention for this, resolution, if council wants staff to look into this in advance of this event, then you could remove the be it further resolved paragraph. But if council is,
Yeah, I can remove it.
yeah,
Yeah, I think council, we wanna help, we wanna figure it out,
Yeah,
right? Is what we're
so
trying to
just-
do,
just
it's just
receive
our
the
current
report.
facilities don't work, and
Yeah.
I'm thinking, we went down to that trade show for the snowmobile club, and if we're in it capable into the future of those bigger events, we might use those porta potties elsewhere for other events in our community, so I'm not opposed to looking at that, and I do think there may be funding envelopes underneath the red dollars that we could
So are we
attach it
looking to
to.
purchase or to rent?
Well, rent first, but there might be a area, cause I think we'd wanna see what people use. I would wanna get, if we're purchasing, I'd wanna get something that's much better. And that it's fully funded through some sort of grant. Okay, so the suggestion, oh, sorry, Dwayne, I didn't come back to you.
There's numerous companies that rent out their trailer-based system. There are nearby towns that have them for $5.
Okay,
You have them first?
360 has them, 50 has them.
okay. Okay, so the suggestion from staff is that we remove the be it further resolved from the
Okay.
suggested motion, and if council's good with that, I'll get a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Drago Stefanik, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that council receives PWM report number 2025-02 for information. Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, moving on to 9.4 is L Stewart and A Drury for request for support for Restore Essential Community Services. And I'll open up the floor for discussion on this letter. Councillor Stefanik, go ahead.
Yeah, historically, all three were in our municipality assisting us in many, many facets because I was through school and through other venues. Now, there's none. I mean, anything we could do as municipal council, write letters, make phone calls to the mayor, I think is crucial because we did lose the services. And that's a fact,
All three of them, right?
100%. Community Living Gomez was here for years. And it's quietly disappeared. And I know for a fact that Thrive Child Development Center, we had some people working here and that was discontinued. So it's by appointment only and you can wait a long time. So I think they have excellent communicate to the council and if we could do, assist, write letters to the mayor, to CEO, and to see what's shaking down because we're being neglected.
Okay,
There's a certain sector of society in our community that's being neglected, very clear. Thank you.
I'm in favor of that. Go ahead, Belinda.
I think it's kind of sad too, because a lot of work was done in the past and it showed and we noticed, and then all of a sudden they just left. You shouldn't be allowed to do that.
Mhm,
Right.
mhm.
And that's not just for this kind of service, it's even with our healthcare services. Like, it's wrong.
Yeah, I definitely have, for Thrive Child Development Center and Community Living in Algoma, if we can find out, reach out and So I guess initially it's why they pulled out, what type of service levels they are trying to provide within our community right now, and what their future prospects are. Quantumano Child and Family Services, I know that Hornepayne Housing Corporation has been in contact with them about bringing homes and partnering in our community. So they're still active in and about in a different way. But we can definitely reach out for their child and family services. One that I would like to add to this is the Ontario Aboriginal Housing. They provide low-income rentals in our home, and I've been informed that some of these homes are not kept up to standard, and we can open up dialogue there as well. Go ahead, Belinda.
I'm not too sure what's going on with the children's aid. Are they still? do they
We could
still-
look into children's aid too. I'm
Yes.
not sure what's going
Yeah,
on there either.
Like, that's another one we don't even hear about anymore.
Right.
It seemed like the people that ended up retiring, they never replaced them, and why? Like,
Mhm, mhm.
to me, they're all still important, and we
Yeah,
should have them
yeah.
here.
And I know that just through the housing development, that our executive director at Hornepayne Housing has been in conversations with the Chadwick home out of Wawa, and they were talking about having somebody stationed here looking at having someone in our community to provide services. So they're feeling the impact as well, that there's not services right in our community and that people are left neglected or without not knowing what to do. So, Manuela, did you want to add something?
No, I've just been taking notes so I can follow up.
Okay.
Thank you.
So do we have enough? Go ahead, Peter.
Is that Start Hub, that's not operational anymore either at the school?
Early on, you mean?
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
it is, okay.
Yes, yes.
Still 100% full flight.
Okay, so within these information gathering letters, we want to know what services that they are currently providing, how they're providing those services, what their future plans are for Hornepayne, and if we can set up meetings in the new year with each of them to discuss the information they send, and I can meet with them and bring that back to council. And with staff, of course. Just meeting, and why I say in the new year, meeting before Christmas, things get lost. It's better just to, we'll get the letters out,
Yeah.
get them, us on their minds, and then we can meet. Okay, did we address all of the, and there'll be follow-up letter to both Mrs. Stewart and Mrs. Drury for that? Okay. Okay, we have a request for donation for food purchases. 9.5. Do we want to actually pass a motion for 9.4, or is that direction,
That's direction.
verbal direction is good? Okay.
Mhm. I can speak to 9.5.
Yes, go ahead.
Madam
Go
Mayor.
ahead.
I just want to bring council's attention back to a few meetings ago where we had quite a wholesome discussion about donations and donation requests, and particularly them coming in late in the year. And there was discussion then as well that people ask in November or so in order to include it on the next year's budget. And as much as I'd like to, we've already moved money around from some travel budgets to accommodate the last request. And so my view would be that we look at doing something in 2026. But that's just my recommendation based on the past meetings.
Okay. Any discussion from council? Councilor Davis.
Mayor, I agree with your recommendation. However, we must market that to the groups and associations. Nobody's gonna go through our website and spend half an hour. I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
Sorry, 10%, well. If it's clear cut, this is all the groups have to, by this time, if considering your latest to apply through the municipality is whatever the council decides for the administration. But we have to be clear and clear cut on it. It can't be hit and miss. Well, 1 year it's January, 1 year it's December. There's no right path in that respect.
Yeah, although I respect the CAO's recommendation, I think for this year, because we have made allocations, and I know that I do have some room in my budget because I've had to cancel some travel due to family, situations upcoming. I would be fine with, the donation, because it is for food, we know food prices are, and families are gonna struggle, it's Christmas time. But, I respectfully say that I would like to give the donation. I have no problem that coming out of my budget, the travel budget or training, whichever one has the funds. And, but I also want to say that we get this, grants donation policy done and advertise it so that we're not in this situation next year at all.
Yeah.
We have I would even like to see an earlier than November cutoff.
September,
So, yeah.
there we go.
Yeah.
And even ask, and this year, maybe we look at the budget, the money that was asked for and use it as a goalpost for our budget for this upcoming year, for this first year, because it's not informed
Yep.
with requests. So,
We need a resolution.
you need a motion?
I
Well,
agree with your, concur with your, statement.
Okay, are we in agreement there?
Mhm.
Okay. Councilor Peter, go ahead.
Just a question, Madam Mayor, with, Pastor Ted leaving, in the new year. I'm just kind of, because I know the, food bank, it's a great service, well needed and well used. Is someone else gonna pick up the gauntlet or yeah?
Yeah, there's a
Good.
new pastor there. My understanding is there's another pastor.
And I did take a tour of it and it's very well organized and, yeah.
Well, I have no problem making a call to, Pastor Sheneman and finding out about that, and I can update council at our next meeting.
You know, the sad thing with this though is, and it's all over, not just one thing, but all over, it's the working people that are using it more than full-time jobs, double income, and they still need to use this because the cost of living's went up and food has went up. I was just listening to that in the federal budget. It's 2 or 3% higher than everything else. It's
It is.
incredible.
It is, and I know that, I'm thankful that we have a grocery store within our community. And, and people that don't have the ability, because we don't have any public transportation in and out of our community, that don't have the ability to shop elsewhere. Not that I'm an advocate of that at all, but, there are other avenues that people can take when they have more liquid cash available to them to try and find deals, right? When it gets hard, but when you don't have those accesses, you have to use what you have, and it can be difficult. Councilor Carroll?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. I was just wondering and putting out the idea, what would happen if we made a donation of the $500 and put it on account at the grocery store for Ted or whoever to buy the food from the grocery store for the food bank? Is that something, or that would support our local business as well?
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
We only have one grocery store, so
Yeah, I'm just not sure.
I'm not sure if that's allowed.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I'm okay with giving the donation, and I was going to suggest, that in the letter when we, send the donation, that we ask about the food bank, and if they could give us an update for the transition of it, if we could do that
Okay.
at that time.
That's almost
And then
bonus, isn't it?
that way we have
Yeah.
correspondence. Yeah, I'm not sure, we'll have to
Hey,
look
Madam
into
Mayor.
that. Go ahead. sir.
It's almost, it could almost be considered bonusing, as silly as that sounds, but.
Yeah, it could be, actually, now that you say that, because we're picking one.
Yes,
store
even though,
where-
even though, like Manuela says, there's one grocery store, but again.
Yep, but there might be products
Yes.
that the other stores that they can choose from.
Such a
right?
good
Point,
Is that available for
Right,
you?
I never thought of it, that's it.
How about me, Madam Mayor, local, underline,
Yeah, okay,
covers everybody.
okay, can we, in addition, for the Hornepayne, for the purchases of local, food purchases.
Okay, hold on.
Sorry, I'm just getting Jen to adjust it.
Yeah, the hardware store now also has,
Oh, yes.
This is,
yes.
yeah,
so yeah, just local and it covers everything.
yes, I agree.
I think we finally got an actual bonus. You brought that up so many times. I think you're spot on, Peter.
That makes sense to me for local food purchases.
Okay, okay, this is what Jen has provided for us. Be it resolved that council does hereby authorize a donation of $500 to the Calvary Gospel Church for local food purchases for the Hornepayne Community Food Bank. Okay,
Yeah.
if I can get a mover and a seconder for that, please. And Jen, could you read it?
Yep.
Moved by Councillor Peter Kissemaker, second by Councillor John Paroff.
Be it resolved, the council does hereby authorize a donation of $500 to the Calvary Gospel Church for local food purchases for the Hornepayne Community Food Bank.
And those in favor? And that is carried. I'm just thinking now, did we have to specify that was coming out of the travel budget, or that can be done in the background?
That can be done in
Okay.
the background.
I
Thank you.
was going to put that, but because we weren't sure 100% which one it was coming from, I figured we would
There's
just,
only one.
Okay,
Only one has been.
it has. Okay,
okay.
but it can be background.
And then in the letter, did I say this already about following up with
Yes.
the transition of the food bank? Okay, great. I was just thinking later, I can make that call, of course, to Pastor Ted, but it would be nicer to have, to see in some contact information. Awesome, thank you. Okay, moving on to 9.6, request for extension of certification deadlines under the Ontario Regulation 34322. And this is a support resolution. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Drago-Stefanik, second by Councillor Belinda Kissemaker. And Jen, I'm gonna ask if you could read this for me, please.
For sure.
Thank you.
Whereas the Ontario government enacted Ontario Regulation 34322, establishing mandatory certification requirements for firefighters under the Fire Protection and Prevention Act 1997. And whereas, although it is important to standardize firefighting training and safety, these mandatory certification requirements pose significant challenges for small, rural, and northern municipalities due to limited financial and training resources, geographic barriers, and a reliance on volunteer fire departments. And whereas the implementation of these requirements without additional flexibility or support may negatively impact the recruitment and retention of volunteer firefighters to provide adequate fire protection. Therefore, be it resolved that the council of the corporation, sorry, I forgot to put that, of the Township of Hornepayne strongly encourages the Office of the Fire Marshal and the Ministry of the Solicitor General to provide this for support and an extension of the mandatory firefighter certification requirements as currently outlined in Ontario Regulation 34322. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Solicitor General, the Ontario Fire Marshal, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Federation of Northern Ontario Municipalities, the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, and the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs.
Thank you, Jen. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah,
Stefanik.
through Mayor.
Yeah.
I've followed this very closely. The minister specifically said 2 weeks ago, the training level 1 for all firefighters will be July 1st, 2026. There'd be no extension. That was 2 weeks ago. He's not moving on that. Absolutely not, quote unquote, that's what he said. So I think we gotta support this because we're gonna have a problem.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor. Jennifer, is that?
I did also want to mention, Miles is still on the line in case council has any questions, that require his knowledge.
You can speak to it.
Yes.
Okay. Miles, did you want to speak to this resolution or motion that's on the floor?
Can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to support it. We're having issues, not just ourselves, but speaking with a lot of other nearby communities. I was surprised to hear even some bigger communities around us are still having the same issues we are. It's not just about firefighter certification. It's about the fire marshal's office has been changing, but it's not enough. It's not enough to support us in northern communities. And no one I know is able to meet this, not just for firefighter level 1 and 2, but they want us to have inspectors, qualified inspectors, qualified fire officers, incident safety commanders. There's a lot that they want done by 2026, and it's just not going to happen. And even if you give me an extension, it's not going to happen. Like we're going to have to outsource some of these things, and a lot of them we're just running like we were in the past with the best training we have and doing the best we can. And I don't see us meeting at these levels for quite some time. And then we have such a high turnover. So half the department is stable and the other half has a high turnover. And with the half that turns over, I'll never be able to meet their demands. And even with the half that is stable, I'm still not going to meet their demands by 2026. We're hoping for firefighter 1 and 2 by 2026 for many of them, but there are no promises.
Okay. Any questions for the fire chief?
Sounds like they need a lot of support.
Yes, yeah. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions for you, Miles. Thank you for giving us your feedback on that.
Thank you.
And I put that motion up for a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay. All right, moving on to correspondence information only. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councilor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councilor Dragos Spanik. Be it resolved that council does hereby acknowledge receipt of the correspondence information only package attached to the agenda of the regular meeting of council held on November 12th, 2025. Is there any discussion on any of the items in the information only? Go ahead, Jennifer.
I wanted to make one little note. The Northwestern Ontario Municipal Association, NOMA, they have a new, I believe, is it executive director, their new staff. And he has been putting out many media statements and a lot of communications and correspondence. And I just wanted to applaud that 'cause it's awesome. And there will be, I assume, a lot more for the next meeting too, which is, it's nice to see.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I would like to highlight 10.3, the Municipal Service Office Northern Office is hosting virtual learning series. They're on Thursday evenings from 4:30 to 7:30, I believe. And I attended the one last Thursday. It was very well done. And I believe I shared all the link. I forwarded the link to all of council. And at the time, I didn't have John's email, I don't think. Did someone forward it? You must have received it, John. If you didn't, I can get it to you.
I can't say I did receive it.
Okay, I'll double check my emails.
I can send it.
You can send it? Thank you. And I would encourage anyone to look at those, and anyone online that is watching, you can link in and tap this link and it'll bring you to the information, and I believe they're open for anyone. So and there is a really good section at the end of Q&A, and we had quite a good discussion at the end of the session. And I have to applaud the Municipal Affairs and Housing, because you remember when we first got on council, we sat with the staff in the background and created a delegation strategy. And they had a whole presentation on that, advocating to have a delegation strategy. So there was tips, and so you can see that one is available. I believe they shared the slides, but I would encourage you to look at that as well. It was really well done. And it was shared with the Northwest and the Northeast, so. Okay, the only other one that I wanted to highlight, and this came from, the executive director, Scott Butler, and myself, we were having a discussion about the federal budget, that there's going to be an increase in the federal budget, for, military spending. And, one of the items for that is access to our roads access. And that might be an avenue for advocacy that we can look at. So I am going to Good Roads next week. I'm gonna talk to them more about that and get some more information, but especially with the Northeast Superior Mayor's Group where we were talking about Highway 17. But maybe this is the time that we advocate to 4-lane 11 and make another access point at, Nipigon. Because if, especially in the world's climate today, if anything was to go wrong in our country, we could be cut off very quickly. Go ahead, Belinda.
Just to add to that, in Thunder Bay area, they're trying to, they're doing the national highway as well because of all the problems they're having up in that area. So, yeah, they all feel that we have to do that. We have to advocate for that.
Okay, so that's the Thunder Bay Municipal League that's looking at that?
Yeah, the Thunder Bay period,
Okay,
so.
That would be a big undertaking to go on the other side of the big.
They're having a lot of problems around Quebec area, kind of thing with the trucks and all that, and, it's a huge concern. So they were talking about the national highway.
okay, okay. So, yeah, so just a little, that was just an aside. I just think that it was, it would be a well-spent resources on our infrastructure that would help our country in the time of, despair that I would not want to see come to us, but, or in the sense if we're helping as well, so. Any further comments on that, information only package? Then I, put that to a vote to acknowledge receipt. Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, moving on to 11 is committee and board updates. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that council does hereby acknowledge receipt of the minutes of the Hornepayne Housing Corporation board meetings held on July 3rd, 2025, August 7th, 2025, and September 4th, 2025. Any comment on any of those minutes? Okay, then we put those to a vote. Those in favor, and that is carried. Okay, now we go to council committee updates, and I'll start to my left. Councillor Stanek, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have more library board meeting for this year. It's in person, and I have one more immigration committee meeting for this year, and then proceed. This past Saturday, I received as the council Kistemaker received an email for Amanda Malloy. I sent it to the CAO. I'd like to have that next agenda because I follow the protocol and like to discuss. She has some solid questions, and I think it's fair. It was sent to Peter and myself.
Okay.
So I just told her I would bring her to council so the whole council could look at the issues, and we were the conduit. That's all it was.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Belinda Kistemaker.
I don't have anything right now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor John Perro.
I'm good.
Okay, Councillor Peter Kistemaker.
Still haven't got my criminal check,
Oh my goodness.
so didn't they restructure everything?
Right, so where are you gonna be
So-
now?
Still nowhere without so I might make a 10, my 10th time.
Okay,
We've had the past two CEOs, maybe we'll try a CFO. I don't know.
okay, you know what? We
Well,
met with
meeting with
Jason
Jason,
today,
I
the
just haven't-
sergeant.
I'll email him.
Yeah, if we
Yeah.
can, we didn't ask that today, we
Yeah,
could have.
no.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And who do you report to? Which board is it?
Yes, which board? So we'll find out.
wow,
Yeah.
yeah. I just hope some dirty secrets don't come out.
Well, if I may, that's sad for a person who needs a job where they have to get a check. You have a job, you want to be on this board. It's not going to be earth shattering for you to wait. But what if the person needs a job starting next month and they can't get this check?
I don't know what the stumbling block is though, Council Stefanik, because when I was involved in minor hockey, it was a vulnerable sector check, and it would literally, you would receive it inside of a week.
Mhm.
Wow.
And it was never an issue. I've had it done while I was involved for 13 years, 13 times. And
Okay,
it was never had a problem.
okay. Well, we'll look into it because we won't be on that board anymore.
No,
And, I guess we should, send a letter to thank them that we were able to participate
yeah,
and that we won't be participating in their budget in 2026.
yeah, because we're now part of the Cochrane district, eh?
Yes,
Yes.
so we will need to find out what the budget requirements are for that district. Yes. But I do have to say, we met with the acting sergeant and, a really good meeting. We spent about an hour talking today about, discussions within the town and how we'll have another 2 officers coming in February and we'll be at 9. And that possibly in the future will be our own cluster with Hearst and Hornepayne. So I voiced this to the public that there's more OPP on the Hearst and Highway 631 North than there has ever been.
Yep.
So, and there still will be presence on the south. They share the South Highway with the other district. So, so it's good news for our community. So, yes. Okay. Thank you, Peter. We'll look into that. So from my perspective, so I want to thank Councillor Belinda Kistemaker and for supporting council and representing Trunk or Treat. We had a good time. Council was Pokemon, and I can't remember. You were Snorlax, and I was Charizard, I think.
Char.
Char, yes, Char, that's right.
That's awesome. You even know.
But it was fantastic because our costumes were warm.
They were.
They were warm. We weren't too cold, so that was good. And it was cute because some of the children had been dressed up as the star Pikachu. So yeah, we met our fellow friends out there. What else was I going to talk about? Oh yes, last weekend was supposed to be, well, it did happen. The Northeast Superior's Mayor's Retreat happened, which I had been looking forward to for about 2 years. We had been in conversations with that, but better news came, and I had a family wedding that was happening, an elopement basically on the Saturday. So those changes happened. This upcoming week, you'll see it in the conference list. The Royal Agricultural Fair, which I was going to go and attend ahead of Good Roads, which now I can't because of the death in my family. But this came about in conversations with tourism. Karen Peacock initially told us about it, and then her colleague visited our community. And NOHFC supports, I believe it was 10 booths. Or sorry, FedNor supports, thank you, Manuela, 10 booths free for northern municipalities or communities, and it's a week-long fair. Apparently it's really well attended. I've never been. I don't know if any of council have ever been. So that was the hope, was I was going to be in Toronto anyway, and I'd just go 2 days early to see what this all is. So I make the recommendation that next year that someone from council would attend a couple days of that to see what it is, because now being down to that trade show, the power show for the utility vehicles and the snowmobiles and ATVs, it's amazing the connections you make, the people you see, and then highlighting our community. So I'm not sure if it'll be the right fit, but I think it needs to be investigated. And I think that was it for last month. I can't recall anything else that I need to update council on, so I'll leave it with that. Okay, moving on to conferences. So, sorry. Oh, okay, you updated that, okay. Yeah, so 2.1, I do want to update council on that. A friend of mine that I had met who works with the Multicultural Center in Temiskaming Shores, Kirkland Lake specifically, she had reached out to me and asked me if I was going to the Magnetic North Conference. I had said no. And then I looked at the conference and it's all on immigration. And Councillor Belinda Kistemaker had reached out to me talking about some of the situations that are arising with our newcomers. And now with the lowering amounts of newcomers that are going to be allowed to be to immigrate into Canada over this next few years. So this Magnetic North Conference is all about retention, attraction, and basically meeting the needs of your newcomers. So I think it's timely, and I had reached out to staff to see if there was room in the budget to attend, and there was. So I will go to that and hopefully be able to meet with Anna from Kirkland Lake to discuss what they were doing. In the past, so this came about back in 2020, before the pandemic hit. I had gone to the Come North conference in Temiskaming Shores and had met and had started talking about immigration back then. And then over the years stopped in on other conferences to see their multicultural center. So it is a small facility that they have, and it is run completely with some local longtime community members and the newcomers. And they build community out of there. And it's amazing what they do. Sometimes they have shared meal nights, they have game nights, or they bring in their culture and share that amongst each other. And yeah, and I think it would be a benefit to make people feel welcome to see how we do that. And they run it, I don't even think it's municipal supported. Like the municipality doesn't support it, it's ran on its own. And they fundraise and that thing for it. But anyway, that is what the Magnetic North Conference is. So Jen updated the motion that's on the floor to take out the Royal Agricultural Fair. So I want to thank the staff for setting up the rooms and the meals and all of that for that. Thankfully, there's been no cost to our municipality. We were able to get the refunds from all the motel rooms, and then I didn't even cash the check. It just went back to the municipality. And that's because the funeral that I'm attending is Monday and Tuesday up here, and I'm not missing it. So anyway, the first portion has been deleted from the motion on the floor. So if I can get a mover and a seconder for mayor conferences, please. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor John Paroff. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby approve the expenditures to be incurred by Mayor Cheryl Fort to attend the Magnetic North Conference from Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025 to Friday, December 5th, 2025 in Sudbury, Ontario. Those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, Jen. And now we move on to 12.2, the 2026 conferences. And we've had time to look this over. And if we can fill in names, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor, it's not exactly this, but related to this, if I may ask a question. The Roma delegation request, the deadline is November 18th, and we discussed it at the last meeting, but I had some thoughts since then. So we had said Minister of Finance for small northern new tax class, but just with all of the pressures that we've been having lately and all the demands, and it made me think about a few years ago, MMAH did the modernization, and it was a large chunk of money to every municipality without a lot of stipulation on that money. And I thought, wow, that would go like a long ways towards a fire truck if it could be used for rolling stock, like another 200,000 or 300,000. So can we maybe ask for delegation with MMAH for some more modernization money for everyone?
Definitely, yeah, let's definitely do that. Do we want to have a resolution on the table ahead of that for December, so that we have support resolutions, get them out so that we have those coming in?
Okay, for modernization money again from MMAH, because those types of things are important to every municipality, and it's hard to get that kind of money.
Yeah, especially if the minister's coming out strong that the deadlines aren't going to be met. And well, if we want to meet the deadlines, we got to get some money.
And I don't know if there's any other ministries that we could also go to for that emergency preparedness, maybe.
Yeah, we could have a follow-up delegation from our email.
Thank you.
No problem. And I'll put my name on, Roma. This, so we'll just go through the conferences. Roma, I'm attending. Anyone else attending Roma? Okay, Thunder Bay District Municipal League. Okay, we'll leave it blank. Good roads. I'm definitely attending.
That's always a good one, eh?
Yes,
Yeah,
and
you
this
were
year I'm
involved.
president, so it's gonna be interesting. I have to say, you know, it was one of the first, I think it was the first conference I ever went to. It was when Good Roads and Roma were still together.
Okay.
We were at the Sheridan, I believe, or it might have been the Royal York. Anyway, I remember being so green and so new, walking in there, and there was all these people in suits and being very overwhelmed and watching the board parade on the stage. And I was like, I felt like a complete fish out of water.
Yeah.
Yes. So for me, it feels like, oh, okay, I've grown up a little bit.
Nice.
Yes.
Full circle.
Yes, full circle, for sure. And they've been so supportive to our community over the years, so that's absolutely wonderful. Okay, so, North, Noma.
I can put my name down for that one.
Okay, Linda.
The one I really wanna attend, can I speak up now?
Yeah, for sure you can. This is an
Okay.
open forum right now. Let's.
For the AMO, I'd like to go to that one. I think I attended it during COVID. I didn't get anything out of it. I'd like to see it
Okay,
live.
okay.
It's a good one.
Okay, go ahead.
The team from the Ministry of Finance also, told me very plainly that it would be a good idea for us to have good representation at NOMA to get the small northern tax class, up in front of people there. So,
For Noma?
yeah,
Okay, are you suggesting I go?
that somebody else go, that we have a good representation, whether it's you or a second counselor.
I don't mind going. That's pretty close to home.
One's in Thunder Bay.
It's in Thunder Bay, yeah. Okay. Okay, Phenom. If Counselor Stack, you're on the list. How do you put you on the list?
Yeah, so that,
We have FCM. Okay, and AMO,
Linda.
Belinda, yes. You want to do AMO?
The budget that, is in front of us, since I'm new to this, is the budget annually or is it altogether?
It's annual, isn't it?
Annual.
It is annual?
Yeah.
Okay. Hmm. I would like to go to one, but I don't wanna go by myself.
Okay.
Being new to this, so,
Which one are you thinking?
well, I wrote down it's either number 2, Noma or Thunder Bay Municipal League, one of the ones. I don't wanna go to one, I commit to one only.
Okay,
I'm not sure what, I'm looking for you guys for experience on, which one would be best to represent Hornepayne.
The Thunder Bay District Municipal, I've gone for the last 2 years at least, or more than that. It's a good one. it's a Nipigon, and I went to one in Nipigon 2 years ago, I think now, or last year, can't remember. Anyways, it was well attended and, it was good.
Do you have any meetings before the conference?
Yes,
Okay, and do we want John as your delegate? We can make that happen so that you can
Yeah.
attend a meeting ahead of time to meet some people.
yeah, so Ted
Yeah.
was my alternative,
Oh, okay.
so, yeah, we can work together on that one.
How does
Yeah,
that sound, John?
That sounds good, actually. That's a good idea.
Okay,
I'm in for that, yeah.
okay, so we'll put John down. Okay. And then, alternate quickly for Northern Ontario Municipal Association, if anything comes about that Belinda or myself cannot attend, would you be willing to attend, John, Panoma?
I will fill in if one of you guys
Okay.
can't make it, yes.
Okay, if we could just add that as an alternate. Okay, my question to staff is, are we going to have a delegation at AMO, do we think? Or council? When we're looking ahead in the year?
Sure, by the time it comes, we'll have her.
Councilor Stefanik?
Yeah, I wasn't there, other people were. I think we should look back at your historical record, the meetings you had with ministers and what was accomplished. If it wasn't zero accomplished, you do it again.
Okay, go ahead, Belinda, and then Peter.
We have that mall still.
Okay,
All that.
okay.
Mhm.
Okay, I'll put my name on AMO then, or go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, the mall and, what we brought up when we were out there with, when the MPP, Rosenberg met with us. And about the fire truck and
Fire
maybe,
trucks.
the fire trucks, either assistance with that
Mhm.
or resending or changing the guidelines for the usage of it.
Okay,
Just bring that back up, because I don't think anything will become of it.
And
go ahead, Jen.
The CIO had mentioned too that we could have a follow-up discussion at is it Roma, the one that's in January? That conference too, so then if nothing comes of it by AMO.
Okay, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
The whole,
Yeah.
that would be great if we get something done.
Yes.
Okay, so currently for Roma, what delegations do we have then?
I have modernization or some
Yeah.
form of money and with Minister of Finance, small northern, new tax class.
Yeah,
And then for some reason, I'm thinking there's a third one, but it's not coming to
There's
me
a
right now.
couple other ones, and I can't, one is with Minister Fury, and I remember writing that down.
yeah, because we discussed them at the last meeting, right? Or the
Yes.
Meeting previous to that.
Yes,
Okay,
I have
so
them in my office written down, I just don't have them here, so I'm trying to picture the paper.
Okay, if I could just get an email sent
Yep.
to me.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna be meeting with them next week, and I'll make sure to plug their staff that we want meetings.
Okay.
Okay, so, back to the motion. FCM then, no attendance. Every other conference we have attendance at. And,
Oh, yes.
okay, so Roma, Thunder Bay Municipal League, Good Roads. Noma. And this is only for council, right? Or is it for just council, okay. Okay, any further discussion on that, council? Go ahead, Councilor
Yeah,
Stefanik.
I think this is a good segue. I waited for it to complete. Over the years, members of council, we don't have a policy in this. Attended workshop conferences, never ever written report was given. I gave written report for 11 years in a row. I think that's crucial. The member of council goes, has a full report, full key takeaway, so the staff could see what we have accomplished to assist them in their quest, in their work. I think that's crucial. A policy that doesn't have to be a 20-page, but I think it's a point form like I did. If you look at the last phenom, I had contacts from people for Matt, taxes, and he offered his service and nobody approached him because I checked with him. So I think that's crucial. And it doesn't have to be a massive report, but I think there should be a policy that members of council and administration team as well. Because it's a hard copy. You can look at it, you can ask questions. It's supposed to real quick one, 10 through 40, 30 seconds. It was great. It's okay. I have a problem with that. Personally speaking.
I agree.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we want to add to this motion that we will, agree to bringing back a written report at the end of this, be it further resolved, that, the member attending will bring back a report? And, I think in the future, we should have some sort of standardized policy, you know, of, so that people can go back on it. Staff can. Okay, well, Jen's finishing up the further resolve. I'll get a mover and a seconder for the conferences, moved by Councillor Peter Kissmaker, second by Councillor John Paroff. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of Township of Hornepayne does hereby approve the expenditures to be incurred by the following members of council to attend listed annual general meetings and or annual conferences in 2026. Rural Ontario Municipal Association, Roma, to be held Sunday, January 18th to Tuesday, January 20th, 2026 in Toronto, Cheryl Fort. Thunder Bay Municipal League, TBDML, to be held on Wednesday, March 4th to February, March 6th, 2026 in Nipigon, Ontario, John Paroff. Good Roads, to be held from September, from Sunday, March 29th to Wednesday, April 1st, 2026 in Toronto, Ontario, Cheryl Fort. Northwestern Ontario Municipal Association, NOMA, to be held Wednesday, April 22nd to Friday, April 24th, 2026 in Thunder Bay, Ontario, Belinda Kistemaker, Cheryl Fort, and the alternate, John Paroff. Federation of Northern Ontario Municipalities, Phenom, to be held Monday, May 11th to Wednesday, May 13th, 2026 in Timmins, Ontario, Councillor Drago Stefanik. Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, to be held Sunday, August 16th to Wednesday, August 19th, 2026 in Ottawa, Ontario, Belinda Kistemaker, Cheryl Fort.
Well, can you read this really quick?
I'm just making a pause on the motion I'm reading.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just have it written. Smart.
Yeah. Be it further resolved that members of council and staff shall provide a written report to council after a conference and workshop attendance outlining notable takeaways. And those in favor? And that is carried. There you go. Okay, thank you, council. New and other business. So we have to appoint a deputy mayor. And Ted Cheneman would have been mayor this upcoming year. In discussions with staff, because we have a counselor that has been brought to council and has history and experience, we thought.
Just in time.
Hey, I'm new to this. I don't know if I'm comfortable.
So it is up for discussion, but the appointment is there. I will get a mover and a seconder, and then we can discuss the motion. Moved by Councillor Drago Stefanik, second by Councillor Peter Kissemaker. Whereas Council passed Resolution 2022-339 to appoint members of council to act as deputy mayor in their inaugural meeting on November 15th, 2022. And whereas Ted Cheneman resigned from council, leaving his term of deputy mayor being from November 15th, 2025 to November 14th, 2026 without a deputy mayor. And whereas Councillor John Paroff was appointed to council on October 28th, 2025, therefore be it resolved that council does hereby appoint Counselor John Peroff to act as deputy mayor from November 15th, 2025 to November 14th, 2026. And we open up the floor for discussion.
Congratulations.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Let's move on here.
I'll do it on one condition, I'll say, is if you may go to every meeting.
Well,
We'll
thankfully,
put that in the motion or something.
thankfully, this had arisen because originally I was not gonna be here on the 26th. And I was going to be attending virtually, and what we've transitioned over the last couple of years is even when I'm attendance virtually, the deputy mayor will still chair the meeting. It's just easier to,
Yeah, it does.
so I'm at meetings sometimes and I'm not chairing if I'm virtual. But I have made travel arrangements that I want to be back in person for the 26th, so I will be here for the 26th.
Thank goodness for that.
Jen, go ahead.
I do want to advise, and you can ask the rest of council, but I do, when it is deputy mayor, try to make everything a lot easier. I read out the resolutions, I prep everything, I'll make little
Much
notes.
easier.
Very good.
So
That's good to know.
makes it
Thank
less
you.
scary if you want to
Thank
do it.
Less intimidating.
Yes.
So are you good with the motion? Because it's your name on it.
I'm good with it, yes. Yes,
Okay.
I'll do my best. How's that?
Okay, thank you. It'll do great. Those in favor? And look at them all. Very supportive. That's scary. Drago's like, let me free, let me free. No, you've been
Not an
great,
issue,
Drago.
John.
No.
Walk in the park.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. I will lie to you.
Okay, number 13.2, appoint to the Northern Cochrane Provincial Offenses Act, POA Management Board. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Peter Kissmaker, second by Councillor Belinda Kissmaker. Whereas council passed resolution 2025-354 to appoint staff to the North Cochrane Provincial Offenses Act, POA Management Board at their inaugural meeting on November 15th, 2022. And whereas Eileen Singh and Melissa Chenier are no longer employed at the township, therefore be it resolved that the CAO does hereby appoint Cindy Godson, CFO, to the North Cochrane Council. What did I say?
The CAO.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Therefore, thank you for the catch, guys. Therefore, be it resolved that council does hereby appoint Cindy Godson, CFO, to the North Cochrane Provincial Offenses Act. Why am I having trouble with that? POA Management Board. Be it further resolved that Manuela Batovanja, CAO, be appointed as alternate. Be it finally resolved that this resolution 2025, that resolution number 2022-354 be repealed. Oh my goodness. Those in favor? Thank you, council. It is written in your agenda package if you really want to know exactly what I was trying to say. Oh my goodness. Okay, 13.3, declare surplus properties. If I can get a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Drago Stefanik, second by Councillor Peter Kissmaker. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby declare the following properties as surplus properties and does hereby authorize the Chief Financial Officer to place them for sale, lease, or rental immediately. 1, 33 Front Street, 2, 137 Front Street, 3, 81 Second Avenue, 4, 50 Queen Street, 5, 113 Fourth Avenue, 6, 82 Fourth Avenue. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, those in favor? And that is carried. 13.4, asset transfer from Hornepayne Housing Corporation. Does anyone want to speak to this before we continue?
Council want me to speak to it? I can speak to
Okay.
it. So this has been with the board at the Hornepayne Housing Corporation for a couple months now. We've been working with Rural Impact to get some information on how we can do this and if we can do this. So the Hornepayne Housing Corporation would like to be able to have the township, when we have an unsuccessful tax sale, where we have a property we can transfer to them that they can in turn renovate and sell at a profit, with the profit going, one, to reimburse the town for the minimum tender amount. So we would recoup that minimum tender amount, and any proceeds above that would be put in a reserve account for Hornepayne Housing Corporation in order to achieve their mandate of increasing housing in Hornepayne. In short, so we've gotten, this is some opinion outside of our own internal, we got an external opinion on whether or not we can do this. And the question and the answer in short is that yes, we can do it. And that's what this report is about. So we're asking council to receive the report for information that council authorizes the transfer of 50 Queen Street to Hornepayne Housing Corporation for the purposes of redevelopment and sale at the next regular meeting, allowing for time for council to review this report and ask questions. So I'm not asking for you to transfer the asset today, but just give me direction to prepare something that we can do it in December. They can get to work.
Go ahead, Councillor Span.
Yeah, I can understand it all. Do they get a time frame that they gotta complete this?
So redevelopment and sale within 2 years or
I'm sorry, I
reversion
missed
to the
I
township.
apologize.
Yeah, no problem. And post-sale financial remittance of the minimum tender, in this case, 14,480.93 to the township, and the rest of the money would go to new building. And we can do this. It's not really that different from when we transferred the mall or the apartments. It's also not bonusing because it's serving the mandate of Hornepayne Housing Corporation, of which we are the sole shareholder.
Okay, any further questions on that? Okay, there is a motion on the floor, so I get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Peter Kissmaker, second by Councillor Dragos Panic. Be it resolved that council receives CAO report 2025-13 for information. Be it also, or be it further resolved that council authorizes the transfer of 50 Queen Street to HHC for purposes of development and sale at the next regular meeting, allowing time for review and questions. Be it finally resolved that the transfer is conditional upon 1, redevelopment and sale within 2 years or reversion to the township. 2, post-sale financial remittance of the minimum tender amount of $14,480.93 as indicated in the tax sale held October 25th, 2023 to the township. Any further discussion? I put that to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried. Community improvement plan, exciting.
So I can speak to this as
Yes,
well.
go
We received our first application from 180 Front Street Inc. That's the Alcona Apartments. They've applied under the, I don't have it in front of me. They've applied under the business property improvement stream for the facade of the apartments and the just a general cleanup of that area. So they met the enhances exterior appearance, located within priority revitalization area, being visible in a high traffic area, promotes visual improvement. They've submitted their required documentation and they are in good standing with municipal accounts. So the recommendation is to grant them the $5,000 grant.
Okay, any further discussions on that from council? Councillor Darius, go ahead.
Other business, I get this good report, thank you. A business that applies, say, their project is to upgrade their front aesthetically, it's cost them $6,000. You give them 50% of
Yes,
theirs would be $3,000.
yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Farrell.
I was just wondering with this program, is it an annual thing that's given out or is there a limit to applications?
There is a limit. I can't remember off the top. I want to say 50,000, but it might be 30. As to what we budgeted, and then anything above that would have to come back to council. So it is coming from some sort of a reserve right now. So
Thank you.
yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, there being none, if I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor John Parrow, second by Councillor Peter Kissmaker. Be it resolved that council approves the CIP application submitted by 180 Front Street, Hornepayne Incorporated for the Business Property Improvement Program and authorizes a maximum incentive of $5,000, subject to the execution of a funding agreement and confirmation of project completion requirements. Those in favor? And that is carried. I'm glad to see it's being used, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, and we have the municipal performance indicators, and we'll hand it off to Manuela.
So I won't read my report, but the purpose is to introduce the concept to council for MPIs. I threw some on there thinking that they might be helpful to council. They're similar to ones that I've seen in the past. I don't know if you have the third page with the attachment. There's one more, there should be one more page with the attachment. I don't know if Jen can put it up on the screen. It's not, because I'm not seeing it in the, here.
Do you mean the?
The actual KPI.
Yeah, they're added. It's a separate item.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
down
not
lower.
on that one. That's funny,
Would it be under this one?
maybe.
There
So,
should be 2 attachments on there.
Well,
there you go. So, really what I'm looking for from council is just some input back. We tried to put as much information as we could for going backwards in 2025, and some information was like very easily readable, and we were able to put it on there. Other things will be impossible to add at this late in the game. And I've asked, and not everybody, because it was, you know, everybody's been busy. Not everybody has had time to put in a lot of data yet. So it's just an idea of what we can report on. Please reach out to me with your ideas of what you would like to see included in this report, and we will try our best to accommodate that. But it's just to give the council an idea of what we do on a day-to-day basis or month to month. You know, how many transactions we receive, what's the dollar volume coming in, how many marriage certificates are applied for, how many death certificates are issued. Just how many kilometers of road gets plowed, how many potholes we fill, like those types of things for all of our departments. So if there's anything that's not on there that you would like to see, please let me know. If there's something on there that you think is really not of interest and not something you'd like to see, let me know that as well. And we will do our best to make it a report that's useful to council for the 2026 year.
I love it. The first thing I would add is, just because we had the presentation tonight for the fire department, is
Yeah.
that we add those, measurements, those data points that we want to collect.
Yeah,
On there as
perfect.
well, because she had recommended to us to have that annually.
Yeah,
So if we just build them into this, then.
That's
we're
great.
Good to go.
yeah, okay. I will reach out to her to see what those points are.
Right on, Councilor Carroll?
thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just kind of wondering how much of this information is already being collected and you're just putting in a format?
All of it is being collected by us, and we're putting it in a format that's easily transferred to council, mayor and council, and included in a agenda monthly probably, and it just makes us more transparent to the public as well.
Okay. Is there a lot of work to taking it out from where it is and putting it in this format? No, eh?
No.
Okay, thanks.
No problem.
Yes, go ahead, Jen.
So there are certain things you'll notice in my sections, there's quite a bit of missing stuff right now. It's because usually I go through and I collect it at the end of the year for certain reporting. Cemetery reporting, things like that, I have to have that information, but I don't always keep it in a chart. I kind of have to go back and look. So this actually will make it a lot easier for year-end reporting for staff, so.
Yeah, so this is a draft report, and not everybody has had the opportunity to fill in all their information. So in fairness to all the senior management team, I sprung it on them fairly quickly and said, okay, let's get this done. So there will be more to come in the next month. It'll be more wholesome report by the end of the year, and definitely next year it will be much more applicable, because then we'll have it at the end of each month. Information is in our heads and we know what we've done, and it's very quick then on a monthly basis to move it forward.
Okay, thank you. That's, I love efficiency and accurate record keeping, so
Great,
this is
thank
gonna
you.
be great.
Go ahead, Councilor Sheehan.
Simple terminology, good roadmap. And
Great.
people, council members prepare for a meeting, all you do is look at it 5 minutes at home and you have all the questions in one sheet.
Great,
Thank you.
And can I just include it on my departmental report, or would council prefer that it be a separate item on the agenda?
Is it always gonna be presented this way?
Always.
We could just do it as another report under the manager's report, because
Okay.
all the managers feed into it. Do you want to do it like that?
Sure, so under the departmental, we'll just
Mhm.
include okay,
That would have actually been my recommendation as well.
Okay, there we go.
yeah.
I just thought for ease of use, we
Mhm.
could go there and it's sitting right there.
Yep, it could be its own item, but accepted with the departmental.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Okay, so if there's no further discussion on the key performance indicators, we'll move on. Thank you for that.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, we're on to bylaws. Bylaw number 215525, automotive material services amending agreement. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor John Para. Be it resolved that bylaw number 215525 being a bylaw to authorize the municipal and First Nations automotive material services amending agreement between the corporation of the Township of Hornepayne and the Automotive Materials Stewardship Incorporated, AMS, having been read a first and second time on September 10th, 2025, be hereby read a third time and finally passed. And would someone like to speak to this bylaw? Go ahead, Justin.
This was brought to council at the September 10th meeting. And there was just questions where, council asked to confirm specifically what this agreement is for. And at the time I advised I was pretty confident that it was, essentially how we get refunded or reimbursed for hazardous waste materials. And we have since confirmed, yes, that's exactly what it is. So.
Okay. Any further questions from council? Okay, there being none, I put that bylaw to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, bylaw number 14 item number 14.2, bylaw number 2168-2025, public code of conduct policy. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Drago-Stefanik, second by Councillor Peter Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the bylaw number 2168-25 being a bylaw to adopt a public conduct policy, having been read a first and second time on October 8th, 2025, be hereby read a third time and finally passed. Any further comment from staff on the bylaw? Okay, there being none, anything from council?
Good job on everything. It was overdue.
Okay, those in favor? And that is carried.
Good job.
Okay, item number 14.3 is a bylaw number 2175-25 to repeal bylaw 2043. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor John Paroff, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2175-25 being a bylaw to repeal bylaw number 2043, being a bylaw to appoint an acting treasurer for the corporation of the Township of Hornepayne, be hereby read a first and second time and be considered read a third time and finally passed. Any discussion on that bylaw? Okay, so Richard has finally left us completely?
No.
No.
He's still in the background, very minimally, just transitioning some things, but he no longer has authority as a treasurer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So more as a consulting role, right?
Just very limited.
Transition,
Yeah, to transition the information that he has to our new CFO.
Okay. Any further questions on that bylaw? Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, bylaw 14, or item 14.4, bylaw number 2176-25, reserve fund policy. If I can get a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Drago-Stefanik, second by Councillor Peter Kistemaker. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2176-25, being a bylaw to adopt a reserve and reserve fund policy, be hereby read a first and second time and be considered read a third time and finally passed. Any discussion, further discussion on that? There being none, I put that to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried. Go ahead, Jen.
Just gonna quickly say, you will notice that for the next two bylaws as well, I forgot to add two. So if you just want to verbally add that.
Okay. Thank you for that.
No problem.
I've been rewriting the motions every time I read them, so. Council know to add the two in there, because I might miss it as well, or I might add other things. Okay. Surplus deficit policy, item 14.5. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2177-25, being a bylaw to adopt a surplus deficit policy, be hereby read a first and second time and considered, read a third time, and finally passed. Any further discussion on that bylaw? There being none, I put that to a vote. Those in favor, and that is carried. Okay, and item 14.6 is the multi-year budget policy. If I can get a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Drago-Spanik, second by Councillor Peter Kistemaker. Be it resolved that bylaw number 217825, being a bylaw to adopt a multi-year budget policy, be hereby read a first and second time and considered read a third time and finally passed. Any further discussion on that bylaw? There being none, I put it to a vote. Those in favor, and that is carried. Awesome, Council. And thank you to the staff for all the work. My goodness.
Cute. Bye.
Yes, we'll take a break. Do we want to move into close first?
Yes.
Yeah, and then we'll take a break and, okay, if I can get a mover and a seconder to move into closed, and then we'll take a 10-minute break. Moved by Councillor John Paroff, second by Councillor Linda Kistemaker. Be it resolved, the next portion of the meeting at 8:30 PM be closed to the public in order to discuss personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, pursuant to section 239, 2BCF of the Municipal Act 2001. Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay. Okay, if I can get a mover and a seconder to open council, moved by Councillor Drago Stefanik, second by Councillor Peter Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the Council of Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby return to open council at 10:28 PM. Those in favor? And that is carried. Business arising from the closed session. The first order of business is that we did pass a motion resolution within the close to extend beyond our 10 o'clock. And that will be reflected in the confirmatory bylaw. And during the close, I did declare a conflict in the discussion of 16.2, the adoption of confidential closed minutes, and Deputy Mayor Drago Stefanik took over for 16.2 and 16.3. And would you like to speak to either of those?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Those specific items, personal matters, it was briefly discussed and it's ongoing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to 16.4, personal matters. This is still ongoing. 16.5, we do have a motion coming out of close for 16.5. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor John Peroff. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby accept the offer to purchase from Steve and Carol Renault for the township-owned land known as 18 Becker Road at the purchase price of $20,000 plus HST, and instructs the CAO with the assistance from the municipal solicitor as needed to complete all necessary work and prepare all documents to complete the transfer as soon as possible. All legal fees and disbursements are the responsibility of the purchaser. Be it further resolved that the following conditions shall apply to the sale. The land being sold as is, whereas the township is granted access to the sand and gravel stored on the land until it is depleted, and all environmental obligations and liability are assumed by the purchaser. Any further discussion? I put that to a vote. Those in favor, and that is carried. 16.6 was legal advice on council appointment. Legal advice was received by our solicitor, and the clerk is directed to bring a report to the next regular meeting of council on December 10th, 2025. And I believe that's all the information I need to share at this point. So moving on to the confirmatory, and if I can get a mover and a seconder for the confirmatory, and Jen will read it out. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. And if you could read that, Jen, I think, because we changed it.
Oh, no, the actual resolution stays the same. It'll be the body of the bylaw that we will
Include it? Okay, so I can read this, and I have a mover and a seconder, okay. Be it resolved that bylaw number 217925, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council at their regular meeting held on November 12th, 2025, be hereby read a first and second time, be considered read a third time, and finally passed. Those in favor? And that is carried. 18.2 is the adjournment. Mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Drago Stefanik, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that council does hereby adjourn this regular meeting of council held on November 12th, 2025 at 10:32 PM. Those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much.